Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever. If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story? Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
Everything and anything in Super Nintendo.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story? Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability. We cannot just rely on the
Fireworks are
ocean's
for now,
self-cleaning
but
ability.
friends are forever.
We cannot just rely on the ocean's self-cleaning ability.
Squall and Fury!
Meow. It's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me. Well, my heart rate did. Jumped up a little, I mean. Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making. Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode. Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show. Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them. Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it. Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form. Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there. The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage. Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad. No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away. Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon. Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with... But the reception... Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. It's fine. He got Fremine to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A phaetometer. It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at, well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical Huh, I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine... Let's see... Which card did I get? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think... If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Lenny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate... Or... Why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like, interfering with each other. Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the phaetometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't... Huh? What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer? Is that really okay? You make a good point. Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me. Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry. May as well. We could be here a while. When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts, I figured the cafe might be a good shot. Alright then. Plan of action? Spend the whole day spacing out. In standby mode.
Relax.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know. Let's see... 4. Well, if you want to get the right... So, to put it another way... Thank you. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also... So, we're looking for Bonnie's owner? I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
Quit following me. Too slow. Behold!
Every stupendous day starts with a Steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with? I don't...
Yep. If there's no commission...
Why, of course.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stand. Also, I just wanted to say... thanks. For keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the... If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you. Alright, see you then.
Quit following me. Gah! Too slow. The wind rises.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two. Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some...
No, it's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society. Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime. Well, this complicates things.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me. She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still we're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering...
The Humane Society.
Yes, that's the one. If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose...
It belongs to my friend.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but they're... Well, I suppose this means...
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the guards.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him. The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the guards, and the Special Patrol have a new kind of illegal drug. Imitation. We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly. After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lefebvre, to be exact.
Lefebvre.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him. At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pet. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that
That's not possible, actually.
Exactly. Many years ago, still important members of the family, including the patriarch, the family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and there could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre... I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up.
It's nothing. It's just... the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened. Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years. Don't worry about me. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids thinking about it now. It's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked from it. It's very possible. I'm sure even after all these years, you'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him. Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what. Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we...
Fresh fruit, sweeter than syrup.
Relax. Quit following me. Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too...
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Linney's here at my invitation, not the other way around. We've brought on Mr. Linney as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator.
So...
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even... Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it was... Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case. The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can... Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this?
It's a bit complicated.
Well, if there are no objections...
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family
We discovered something interesting, though. after talking to some of his coworkers, it appears he...
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending, but it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse. Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to... Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not some... We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So,
Well, his neighbors did say if his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile.
after he disappeared,
Poisson. You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean.
a cat? You mean...
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first...
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose.
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like...
Meow. Meow meow. Meow? Near the coast.
Well, I've certainly never taken...
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. Of course, body language has its limitations.
The important thing is that we now have a lead.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever. Relax.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us. Gardeneck's ahead.
Look out!
Time for a light show! Goldfish it down!
Gather!
Fire hazard!
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now, no questions asked.
Sounds familiar.
Let's...
Aha! Just as we thought. Looks like he's got more than these cleaning agents are. The Special Patrol did some dig. It must have but what are these other...
The material these... It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look special. I came across some bags made of the same material, very similar. But what could these big bags be for then? If the...
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right? You're right. Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, This appears to... It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual...
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would... The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles. But
The barrels we found were wet around... If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then...
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around...
But then wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a...
Squall and Fury!
The wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place. Got it. Time to go up and report. As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels.
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face-to-face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close...
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same... The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitations.
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport. And Dr. Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across. You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling, they must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections. Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although,
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head—
All right. Come on, Bonnie.
Oh, Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine. I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travel logs, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me. No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port
By suspicious cargo, do you mean
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example.
So what happens to the goods you
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be... If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, you brought...
Actually, he followed me here himself. Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting.
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so...
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? I'll
The Humane Society. Their name is all over the exit logs.
The director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So...
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie. Have you figured it out too, Traveler? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corroded. There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water. Those drug shovers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's pure. Must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss. She's probably in the clear. Just imagine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at...
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but if you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them. That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical... We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth.
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring them...
Quit following me.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Here are the people from...
After him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy, have mercy.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you...
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father can't...
No one asked. Tell me.
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain. It's said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already...
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer! I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and a few days after that, I'd come— That guy, Pierre! He was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and Look, I don't know, okay? I've never—
And when did he send his final—
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time—
Well, We can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I
know, I swear.
My thanks to you both.
Bonnie helped, too.
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well.
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't, we investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Is there still anything unresolved? Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. There's no need to rush. Well, we've discovered that Bernard is... There's no need to rush. The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie. Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow?
Now behave, and follow me to the...
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
Is everything... I still feel like... Also... No good. I've still got nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy. Alright, I'll stop thinking about it for... Let's go to the Humane Society before... It was at all. We investigated. Is there still... The Marechaussee Phantom. Why would he leave such an obvious... Bernard claims to have received a letter If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability. And thinking about it, could it be that the person who wrote the letter... Well, we've discussed... Yeah, according to Bernard, Pierre also supplied all of the goods. The final question is... Deductive mode deactivated. I think we may be close to the
Now behave, and follow me to...
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
Is there something else you need from me, Traveler?
Huh?
I see. It all makes sense.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre. That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom? Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came not unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
What? You can't be serious.
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together.
Wait. But that doesn't make any sense.
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base. Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. All the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society, and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday,
Is that what happened?
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived... They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an...
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke?
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control... Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan. As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society. Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. It wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine. It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society. Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect. You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of...
So, what you're saying is...
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumiduce Harbor, were you not the person who You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words...
And what are you trying...
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels. And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them. Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided. Having received the green light from you as Pierre...
I can't believe it.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
But do you have any evidence?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found, so you will have him commit suicide. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, but you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard. So you have to make... To do that, you either will hide his body until you found an appropriate... The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time, while also letting you keep an eye on it. There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer...
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouse...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during...
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the...
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the...
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any...
Although judging by her reaction,
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to...
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest... You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their...
So you played me like a fool after all?
What was that word you... They were worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my... Do you know...
I don't, and neither do I care.
Are you...
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands...
What a joke. What a joke! Hey! Don't come any closer!
What's that?
Know what this is? I've secretly planted whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky. Shirley, you bunch of goody...
Do you know what would happen to you if you were to run away now? The entire Special Patrol would be out hunting for you day and night, to the ends of the world. Once word of that gets out, all the factions in Fontaine would be after you. But if you throw away the device now, I'll still count that as turning yourself in to the guards. Would you rather go back with me now and wait for a trial? Or wait for your enemies to find you and subject you to the same interrogation techniques that your relatives were once...
No.
Phew. So I was right after all. This is it. Looks like it...
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the Society.
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and...
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning, and find someone better to take...
if statements are all you need, I still need to go back and explain something. A lot has happened since then. I'm referring to when I invited you over for some tea and also to spend some... Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll take Bon...
Squall and Fury! Behold! Upon the gale!
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some? I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you. Not at all. Information is... Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Right, great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy. You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment. Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her. Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright. Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts. She took a liking.
The wind rises.
Huh. I didn't like that. Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see... which card did I get? 4. Well, if you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not... Well, thank you. Here, take the... Also... Back to the drinks reception. Nope, I said it was your decision. I'm not. Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So, if I bail on it, I might get sued for breach of contract, and that would be a huge pain in the butt. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If. Thanks.
Quit following me. Behold!
There you are, Lynette! Where did you disappear to? Leone and I
found her outside. I don't... so sorry, we could...
don't work.
Maybe you could like...
Sure.
It's no trouble.
Also,
Leone! You can't... One last thing, Lynette. Director Mary is looking...
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events.
Spectacular choreography.
Yes, such a... Speaking of the...
That's... On that point,
Quite...
Exactly. I was honored to ship...
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette!
Were you in standby?
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal of...
A cat.
This show looks on... Oh, I...
But don't you want the fans to know?
That's
I'm sure the fans...
How interesting.
Lynette, how do you find
What does the future hold for you,
Yeah, it's just... It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with, Oh, that's true. And how interesting. But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream of questions. The energy... I think I'd rather pray.
Lynette? It's just the member...
Alright.
3, 2, 1, smile.
You can collect you. Marry you!
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people.
Too slow. Squall and fury.
Hotel de Bour's Île Flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever. Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course I was invited. Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show. Remarkable, and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor, exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement. Your performance was beyond anything I...
No.
Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a pop.
So, you thought they were pretty over...
In fairness, it's normal to bring... Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just... Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some...
What original draft?
Oh? He didn't show it to you? I had a lot on my plate at the time. I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess. Especially in the last two scenes. Still...
Emotional depth?
Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine. Especially with a novel art form like a masked mime show. I'm sure Maryu had his reasons for the changes he made. Change of topic.
topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it?
No thanks, I'm good.
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tip.
Tell me everything.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake.
That was very educational. I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time.
Relax. Relax.
The photo must be in this envelope right here. If it wasn't for you... It's fine. While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time. Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person. Okay, problem. You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here. Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means...
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't...
See? I told you! All the time she'd refused. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian?
True.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
If it isn't the stuff... I'm guessing you're here to discuss... I'll leave you artists to discuss your work.
I certainly will.
Mr. Maloney, an investor.
So, what can I do?
We heard that the original script...
Oh! Well, it's not uncommon for a mechanical puppet with a... There's no doubt about it. You are...
Sorry.
All right, then. Delving deep in the search of... You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. The current script is the final version because it is the best version. And your performance best... What letter? Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Mariu?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense? Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste.
Yeah, maybe Jillian could...
What? No way. Out of the question. The protagonist... I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, you can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do.
A competitor?
Definitely. Those lowlifes. There's so many of... Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage.
So, a competitor? I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those, but... Besides, when I felt that evil... I'm actually more concerned about... Especially since it sounds like there was an original... Yep.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing...
Things are different around here. You might be used to a
bootlicking morons. I don't know.
Gina, stop that! Go...
Chili!
No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of...
Jillian! Just because Lady Farina...
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why...
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so if you let angsty kids get you riled up...
Well, the situation's a little different in this case, but...
We heard about it from Maloney.
Maloney, huh? I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariu was very clear that I mustn't let any... What's this? I...
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay. It's true. I've worked with Director Mariu many times before. But only a few months ago, Mariu started working on a new show. So I plucked... He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part.
There's been a change.
Lynette? But she always turns these...
And that's why we cannot afford Jillian. Next time.
I was incredibly disappointed at first. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a match? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, then I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were... Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly...
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing...
He did make some changes to the script. Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect up...
Makes sense. I always...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after. That's always the way with pen and paper draft. There should be a cleaner copy.
No problem. Now activating search.
No problem's too big to solve. I guess I'll be on the right path. Parts.
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a yep. That's not something a not... Frankly, I think that the original script is much... Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading...
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the up...
But not such a rare one for me.
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main...
Fame and small but if you play the lead, the fame will be yours.
It'll never work. There's no way the set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt the whole troupe. Plus, Maloney's friends have already... If Lynette quit the show and I took her place... If Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
You do? Well, that... That's a bull.
You know, it's a little crazy.
No way!
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment in other words, be honest. You think
Jillian, you were more, and I think you know that unless we so take it from me, you would not be.
You guys... Okay. Let's do it. I will play my part.
Yes! I knew you'd come around.
Wonderful.
Wait, but what about the threat letter?
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the...
But surely you want to know who it's from.
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having...
A fan?
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent. Even in the... It's getting late. Come on. Sorry for manhandling you. You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast. Nothing gets past you.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that!
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why...
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation. She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the... Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is... If it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, I was in Jillian's position once, so I can understand No, the way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated. Whoever was giving me that... we'll find... On that note...
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
surprises. Behold!
Oh, you're here! Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
That puppet in the middle, is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
Wow, I thought it would be hard.
Even though her face was...
Director Mariu really is a master of his craft.
I have a friend who saw the show.
I can't believe it's only been
your pension.
Well, you know.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariu pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now.
What is this plan that you're so in...
Director Mariu,
Korantan and Armory have both finished their... Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
Ta-da!
Director Mariu?
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion.
Lynette!
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro, let alone a pioneer, is because you have critics supporting the show. If they'd seen me in the leading role if you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story? These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And there's only one way for you to save your...
Absolutely not! I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties, and if I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen? What will your fans think? They're only here because of you. There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for... You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your...
Director Mariu, please.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of... but my responsibility here is making sure you get back...
And I guess part of that responsibility lies with me, considering I badgered you into accepting the job. Sorry I'm a little late to the show.
Lenny? What do you...
That might be a little tricky.
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance, Mr. Mariu. I'm stepping down from the leading role.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a
What? Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, is... Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like you don't give a hoot how much they...
That's not true. I do care.
Oh, brilliant deduction there.
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
What?
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do... Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actors...
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely...
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than...
Director marry you.
To get Maloney on your side, you...
I bet you were torn at first.
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator...
Oh!
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier. Or maybe deep...
Right now, you have an opportunity. Your work would be displayed for all...
Did you say... perfect?
Or will you act...
The whole...
Director marry you?
We've worked with... We walk...
But this is just a temporary...
Yes, we know... But then what happened? Surely you must have known... Maloney's friends are...
Look, I know...
Well, it's...
Next time, huh?
Unfortunately...
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director.
Me neither.
Hi.
Huh. The plot...
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest...
And in the end, she forgot her...
Hey, no spoilers!
Walk-ons.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the... But in truth, I believe that if we...
You really thought this plan through. What's worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them? What if people only came to... It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
We're right here with you.
Wow. Okay, this ending is much better.
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning. What a fantastic twist.
Time for the... Could always leave my mask on. You never know.
This is what fame looks like.
Jillian, you were amazing! Well...
Really?
What looked like an actor unsteady on her...
Hey, Mario!
Our articles are already going to press. You better...
Hey now...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone.
Marry you? So it was you? Well then, I trust...
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role? It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities.
Lenny, it was all his idea.
Wait! Lenny, as a matter of fact, This was a piece of performance in this play. The masks and costumes served to... we took that idea to the next level with an... It's similar to deceiving the audience it allows the audience to more intuitively...
Hold up!
Oh, I see. Well, bravo,
That's probably more because you just don't...
Maybe so, maybe so.
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely. Mr.
Yeah. Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your...
You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic?
Unfortunately,
I canceled the show?
While I accept that deceiving the audience and the
a very valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse. Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see.
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance, and I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. There's sure to be a variety of opinions.
Oh, I mean...
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into...
Relax. Too slow. The wind rises.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that... I always told myself that once I'd made enough... Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success, at the expense of the art itself. You're right. Anyway, I've been...
Ah, yes.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry.
Lynette? That letter?
What?
Gina?
Director, it's time for... Oh, I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she...
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault, and...
Well, maybe we could...
Really?
After all, Gina wouldn't be the first person to ever misjudge me. Right? In any case, I think we can all agree...
But still... I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions. Make it up to you in some way. Huh? Back...
The crew could always use an extra hand.
Thank you, Lynette.
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience. Like Mary, you said she's a very promising young actress. And she has natural chemistry with her older sister. Phew. Freedom at last. I'm happiest when I get to Yep.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's behold! Everything was futile. Squall and fury. Behold!
Thank you both. I always told myself, just like, you're right. Anyway, I've been
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Lynette.
What?
Gina?
Director, it's time. I think we can.
Lynette,
Jillian, no!
Well, maybe we could.
Really?
After all. In any case.
But still.
Huh? The crew could always.
Thank you, Lynette.
Is it? Mary, you said she's free. I'm happiest when I get to sit. Yep.
Squall and fury. Yeah. Too slow. The wind rises.
Thank you. I always told, just like those crit. You're right. Anyway, I've been
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Lynette.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait.
Oh, do you mean when we ran it? As I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was just a few.
Oh. Well, it sounds like.
I understand that feeling of. But next time, maybe consider a different tactic? Something you can pull off more effectively, and without.
Got it.
Why do I feel.
Hey, here you are. I was great. Everyone's in one place. That makes this. What do you think? It's group photo time. Okay, everyone. We all have pretty.
Oh, am I real?
Lynette, Traveler, come on. 3, 2, 1, smile.
Quit following me.
Add Ash.
Seems like there's another event going on at the Court of Fontaine! Look at that! Roadside signs as far as the eye can see! Let's see what they're for. Fontaine Fashion Week? Ooh, why don't we go check out some of the shops? Maybe we can pick up some cool new clothes!
Is this really okay?
I told you I could do it using the leftover funds from the original deposit. Don't tell me you're afraid that I cheaped out on the dress.
No, not at all. I'm just in shock, that's all. It's always been my...
Wait, isn't that Chiori? She's actually at her shop today? Oh, you've got a point there. Well, once she's done with her...
I'm a woman of my word. If I say I can do something, then it'll be done. The first rule of business is to always... Now, remember to not fold the gown, or store it under direct sunlight. I'd recommend only...
Oh, I'll try my best. Once he sees me in this, his jaw is gonna drop straight...
Chiori, you're actually at your shop today!
Is that really so shocking? It is mine, after all. Anything you're looking for today? A custom design, or perhaps some ready-to-wear outfits for kids?
Hey, Paimon's not a kid!
Oh. That. Well...
Are there any fun and popular activities that we can take part in?
Ugh, Fashion Week isn't what I'd call fun. But it certainly always attracts a crowd.
Will you be showing off some of your designs, too?
Of course. All designers at the Court of Fontaine use the week to advertise their brand. If you're lucky, you could even land a large amount of orders as soon as the main show ends. Come to think of it, it was also at a previous Fashion Week that our label first took off.
Aren't you pretty much an established name now?
Yeah, that's not quite how it works. While many people why would anyone patronize a label that hasn't even bothered to put out any... In the end, fashion is just a representation of the spirit of the times. People support...
Huh. All that complicated stuff aside, you're...
Absolutely. The designs have already been finalized.
Ooh, are you using materials?
Well, I still have a certain partiality to Inazuma-made fabrics.
Oh, Paimon gets it!
Something like that.
We're a long way from Inazuma, though. Aren't you concerned that your shipment might get lost or stolen along the way?
No need to worry. I've already taken steps to ensure that it'll arrive safely. I've entrusted the job to Komani Express's most reliable...
Excuse me! Coming through! Coming through! Chiori, your shipment's here. I know it's quite late, so I'm... really sorry.
Deep breaths, Kirara.
Huh? And you're with customers as well? Oh, jeez.
These two are the And this is Kirara, star courier of the Komani Express. She's a Nakamata, in case you were wondering about the tales.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. And sorry you had to see me like this. I know I'm late, but...
So, what was the holdup? Sailing the...
Huh? No, nothing like that. I just ran into a bit of trouble, that's all.
Bandits, then? Or treasure hoarders? A few run-ins on the road aren't usually enough to give you any trouble.
Well, I didn't run into anyone exactly. I just got a little lost.
Keeping you honest as always, I see.
All right. They were a little different from the ones I usually run into. I could hear them mumbling.
So it was a targeted...
My fabric shipment?
Yeah, they said that I could go as long as I left the goods with them. Otherwise, they'd stuff me into my delivery box and toss me into the sea to drown.
Oh, are you okay, Kirara?
Oh, I'm good. I'm still a yokai after all. I turned them over to the guards.
Well, it's not completely out of the ordinary for one of your deliveries to get interested. Is there something else that you're keeping from me?
Huh?
Perhaps I need to reconsider how many stars to give you in my review.
You always know how to get me, Chiori. Alright, I'll talk. So, I kinda wanted to know why one of the bandits had a loose tongue, which saved me some time. He said that a certain person had commissioned... And who might... Chiori, why don't we just let this one...
I appreciate your kindness, Kirara, but anyone that dares to mess with one of my friends...
Alright.
The Uter. Know that name ring?
Well, that's exactly what...
So you both know this...
Through Chiori's complaints about him, sure. He's a...
So he's like a...
A rival is what you call someone who fights you fair and square. Uter, however, just has it out for me as a designer. I've already warned him before to compete with me fair and square, but I guess he...
Wait, Chiori, where are you going?
To teach someone a lesson. You must be tired after your long journey.
Chiori!
And she's gone.
Oh no.
You seem concerned.
Well, she's always been the type of person to face things head on. But, Traveler, Paimon, could you go after her and check out the situation for me? As a
Yeah, we'll take good...
to be honest...
Behold!
Any chance you're on the clock, officer?
Nothing good ever comes out of you addressing me. Oh? And I see the Traveler and Paimon are here too.
Chevraz, we meet again.
Well, things have been fine on my end. I suppose the trade-off is that I'm now constantly getting stopped for autographs.
Well, you were one of the leading roles after all.
So, did something happen?
Indeed it did.
I only ever hear that phrase from you. Usually I'm the one asked.
Well,
not before I know what you're planning.
Have I ever made a bad call?
The better question is, have you ever made one that didn't violate...
Okay. A man hired a group of bandits to mug my friend.
Are you sure this is something you should be telling the captain of the Special Patrol? It's getting hard to tell whether you're here to report a case or turn yourself...
Neither. I'm requesting personal supervision from...
Are you planning to?
Not if I can help it.
All right. Where is...
Follow me.
Just promise you'll start trying to keep yourself out of trouble.
Well, when trouble stops coming my way, I'll be sure to get on that.
Quit following me.
This should be the place.
You know, Chevraz...
It's just as Chiori said. We got to know each other pretty well in our lines of work.
Does Chiori often need your help?
I'd say it's mutual. The uniform, the musket, they're intimidating. Most people clam up the minute they see us. Lips sealed so tight, getting them to talk almost feels like trying to break into the... But put them in a clothing boutique, and they suddenly start gushing faster than the waters at the Fountain of Lucine.
Oh, is it because they're trying to show off or something?
Yep. People are vain creatures. They can't help but want to talk up new developments in their lives or show off how much they know about. As a result, Chiori often picks up on all kinds of information.
You scratch my back.
Exactly. I'm also here to ensure Chiori's safety. Those who make trouble for her, and in some very rare cases, I'm forced to protect other people. So, who got on?
Oh, so this is...
Huh? Uter, you say?
You've heard of him?
Yep. He's made trouble for Chiori several times already. He's fond of pretty much, so he's back at it.
Whoa, what's this about?
I just meant that Uter's done for.
Sure, but...
Because this is probably going to turn in...
What are you doing? Stay away from me!
Has anyone ever taught you the definition of stupidity?
Huh?
Stupidity is doing the same meaningless thing. It appears you've forgotten what I told you before. So... Oh, and if you dare lay your hands on my...
Chiori...
Officer, an assault's in...
Of course. I'll do my utmost to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, I was Not to worry, though. If you'd allow me to search the scene, I'm sure I'll be able to collect some... Ms. Chiori, I must also ask you to refrain from engaging in such disorderly conduct.
Apologies, officer. I guess you could say I'm just...
You...
Is there anything else either of you have to say?
That's all from me.
We'll see about that.
Whoa, that scared the heck out of Paimon! How did he just go... flying?
You're too kind.
Now's not the time to be accepting compliments.
What? Oh, not if I could help it. I started with a verbal warning, but he displayed neither shame nor...
Insults and threats so bad that he just...
Believe it or not, they were that bad.
You could have reported him to the guards.
Oh, I will. But it'll take some time for them to gather evidence. And he denied... I don't want anything else to happen during Fontaine Fashion Week. On top of that, if Kirara is going to continue to... Oh, that reminds me.
What a shame.
Have I? Well, it's a good thing.
Don't you think you're maxed out on advances already?
I always pay you back in information, don't I? It's just like you said. You scratch my back, and I...
The wind rises. Behold! Squall Fury.
We're back.
You were gone for an awfully long time.
There's nothing to worry about. All you need to know...
Sorry.
What are you talking about? You didn't do any... The next time you need to leave the city, call the special security with that sort of escort. I'm being serious. You know me. If I bring something up, you can assume it's already a done deal.
Wait, you don't mean...
I've already spoken to the captain of the special patrol. As discussed, the patrol's going to take a small detour during their daily training.
There's really no need. I'm just a simple courier. I don't need to be surrounded by a bunch of armed guards.
Well, you certainly shouldn't count on such a procession. It'll also show those guys what'll happen to those who dare to mess with my friends. Yes, well put.
Well,
Well, with the bad guys out of the way and your goods safely delivered, everything...
I believe so. I'll try to churn out a few more outfits.
Paimon's gonna take...
But of course, they supply... That's also why.
But isn't your brand already really famous, Chiori? Your clothes.
Even so, I would imagine there are still people.
Well, I mean,
then it's still not famous enough. My goal is to.
All of it? Wait, would that mean I could just go to any Chiyoria branch on the continent to get my clothes fixed? It has been pretty inconvenient having to come to Fontaine.
Alternatively, of course, you could just be a bit more careful with them. They're already about as.
Okay, I'll admit.
Well, if that's your dream, Chiori, then we should. Oh, what is it?
Why don't you come to my shop tomorrow and model for me? Simply put, you'll serve as my living.
Oh, so we get to try on some of your clothes? Got it!
Seeing them off the rack will also give me the chance to make some small adjustments to the stitch.
Sounds easy enough.
No need. We've already booked the models for that. If you like them, though, feel free to visit the.
Ooh, sounds great!
Then we have a deal.
Yep, sounds good. Wait.
Speaking of clothes. Oh.
No! It's a tape.
Chiori, we're here!
You're here early.
Wait, has Kirara left?
Yep, with the special patrol.
Did everything go all right on?
I believe so. The way they marched forward with Kirara in the center, you'd think she was some sort of VIP. For the second leg, the Spina also came with a pretty large group, led by Navia herself. They took care to clear the path before. I even heard that Navia decided out of the blue to make a batch of macarons as a going-away gift for Kirara.
Sounds like Navia.
My thoughts exactly. She even lamented the fact that she didn't have time to prepare something.
You know, now that you mention Navia...
I suppose that's why we're such good... Navia has a certain resilience about her. That same spirit is the true vision of my brand.
It's like finding the perfect brand.
Indeed. Customers pay attention not just to the clothes, but also to the figures in society who...
Huh. And here Paimon thought all that mattered was for the...
Fashion is about more than just looks, my dear.
Oh yeah. Come on.
Indeed. Give me a moment.
Set them up.
Just carefully organize the ready-to-wear clothes with an eye toward their types and styles. This...
Whoa, there sure is...
Well then, I'll leave the displays to you.
So, we just need to put all the clothes with similar styles together, right?
Ugh, you didn't get bought out by my competitors, did you? Ugh, this arrangement, it's... Never mind. It might look like a chaotic mess, but I suppose it works as a change of pace. Anyway, over here, stand still. I'll take your measurements first.
Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
Oh, good morning, Leanne. How have you been recently? Your gown will be ready next week.
Oh, no.
But you can keep the... Don't worry about the material. It's all right. I'm not trying to make things...
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Is it just Paimon?
It's not a big deal. These things happen every once in a while. A family emergency, an important payday falling through, a lover's quarrel, no one to take you to the ball. I've pretty much... Judging from the look on her face...
Well, guess this this means you'll have more.
That's true.
Is Miss Chiori in?
I am. How can I help you?
I'd like to return this item.
Oh.
It's just, not to—
Is there something about it that didn't—
No need. You don't—
And I'd be happy to process that for you.
Is Chiori here? I'd like to return—
Another one?
Is there some sort of new calamity coming that I haven't heard about? Another flood? Or an apocalypse, maybe? What does the prophecy say? Surely the entire population of Fontaine—
What kind of rags are you trying to sell us, huh? The way I see— Please, calm down.
What?
Haven't you heard? Chioria Boutique has been exposed for having—
And just who is it that did—
Well, you tell us. The fabrics you've got here, they're all sourced from underground factories, aren't—
I've been transparent about my material. If a little hearsay and baseless slander are enough to convince you—
You—
Elof!
Miss Chiori?
Go outside and help these customers with their return requests. And once you're done, put up the sign that says we're closed for the—
Got it.
Chiori.
They couldn't be more fabricated if you tried. No need to worry about them. The real goal here is to divert my attention away from fat.
If you say so.
The best way to respond to public skepticism is to let your work—
Miss Chiori, bad news!
Oh, for the love of— Can a woman—
It's our accessories supplier. They just sent word that they'll no longer be able to supply us during Fashion Week.
What? No accessories? Not—
Yes, that's what—
And what about the models we have?
I think—
Even the suppliers believe—
Is the messenger still here?
No, they've already left.
So, no accessories means no brooches, no bow ties, things like—
Not just that. It means no gems, ribbons, gold thread, all the elements that lend life—
But if you take those away, does that—
Elof, you stay and watch the shop. I'll go talk to the supplier myself.
Yeah, and we can vouch for you too. We'll make sure you're
Thank you. In that case—
Did you read the paper today?
Too slow. The wind rises. Quit following me.
By the way, we really are just going to talk, right?
Of course. I wouldn't do anything to one of my business partners, especially when a reasonable conversation should suffice.
Who is it?
Venger, it's Chi. We've worked together all these years.
Straightforward as always, I see.
And when has following convention ever gotten me anywhere? Why hire a messenger when I can just explain things in person? I don't like to waste my time on baseless lies and speculation.
You're right. I only subscribe—
So, these—
No, not at all.
Well then, there you go. Those sort of headlines become old news faster than you can read—
Someone paid off the tabloids to publish the same article at once. They even went so far as to leave a
Every house?
It seems your rival really pulled out all the stops this time, Chiori.
What sort of—
A photo of you
yesterday.
Uchera.
Here, I've got a copy. See for yourselves.
Behind the scenes, the true Chiyoria boutique takes shape. Relying on its close ties to the criminal underworld, the Chiyoria...
I don't know what happened, and I don't want to comment on things that I didn't see with my own eyes. Still, that photo shows you...
Yeah, he was...
I appreciate you standing up for me, Paimon.
That's right. The court of public opinion has already made up its mind. Still, I've got to give your rival high marks for effort. They even dug up the fact that my father once served...
But that was so long ago.
In the world of fashion, your past is like a piece of clothing stained with mud. Once tainted, they claim that most of your clientele are criminals.
The absurdity.
Well, it's no laughing. Maybe your clientele are criminals. Maybe they're not. There's even the but with the way this article combines fact with rumor...
Venger, are you sure you won't reconsider?
But I'm no longer that brave young man with nothing to lose. I'd be perfectly happy to work with you again after this. But my daughter is manning the store during Fashion Week, and I don't want her implicated in all of this. She doesn't deserve to be swarmed by all that negative publicity.
I understand.
Let me offer you a piece of advice, Chiori. For old time's sake. Let this Fashion Week...
You're free to wait things out, Venger. I'll make my own choices.
Have you ever thought maybe that attitude...
Have you ever thought maybe this attitude of mine is precisely what paved the way for my success?
Well, fair enough. Then, I suppose all there's left to say is... best of luck. As for the models...
Understood.
So,
Without the accessories, I can no longer use my old design.
How could they do this? They're making things up. The boutique doesn't have anything to do with violent criminals. Can't people tell this is just a bunch of...
Public opinion has never been about what's true and what's not. It's about echoing the loudest voice in the room. I should have seen it from the beginning. Uter knows me too well. Everything that...
Well, guess all we can do is just head back for now.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, of course. Did you see those fashion tabloids this morning?
You mean that sorry excuse for an article? Oh, just thinking about...
You too, huh? Whoever wrote that article must have known the Steambird would never print something so defamatory. Unfortunately, not all paper... Miss Chiori doesn't deserve to suffer all this baseless slander. I was just about...
That's great! With your help, we might be able to get...
It's my pleasure. I've met Miss Chiori several times. I know she's not... She was the one who made the hat and tie for my camera, Monsieur Verite. Speaking of Miss Chiori, do you know where she went?
She was just...
If you ask me, I think Chiyoria Boutique is done for.
I mean, what did they expect? Engaging with criminals behind their customers' back.
They kept up a solid front, though. I've even bought from them before.
Really? How's it?
The owner was plenty fierce, that's for sure. Makes sense if she regularly deals with criminals, I guess.
Oh no, we've lost her! Did you hear what all those people were saying? Paimon can't believe they bought all that nonsense!
Miss Chiori doesn't often appear. It's also true that her way of dealing with things can be a little extreme sometimes.
Wait a second. You don't think Chiori might have gone...
That would only make the situation worse for her. I'm sure Miss Chiori knows that too.
You've got a point.
This is Miss
Oh, you were the one who came to collect the...
Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, you probably don't know this. My fiancé owns a small business. He probably noticed how
And then?
And then, something happened to the business. And we ran into major Mora problems. We were able to scrounge up enough to pay off our debts, but it left us without the funds to pay for the dress.
But didn't Chiori...
Yes. She heard me out, and then told me not...
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I've always known Miss Chiori to be a woman of her word.
It is good. It's just... After I went home yesterday, I couldn't help but take out the dress and try it on.
What a shame. He's not supposed to see it until the wedding day.
Well, he's seen a...
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Miss Letitia, I'd really like to use your...
Huh?
I think it'd go a lot...
Hey,
Huh?
Well, we were...
Oh! In that case, why don't we split up?
All right,
Too slow. Behold! The wind rises.
There you are, Chiori!
How did you know where I... Eilaf told you, didn't she?
She did. We were just looking for you at the shop and Letitia was...
I'm not upset. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Want to sit here with me? The view's quite stunning. Sorry about that. I'm the...
Alright, don't mind if we...
Well, how does it feel?
This place is pretty great.
Right? It's quiet and open, and far from the relentless critique from fashion commentators and the media. It's just you and the beautiful scenery.
Yeah, it's important to take yourself out of that kind of stressful environment every once in a while.
I didn't grow up in a very strict family. My parents would joke that I grew up to be so assertive because they spoiled me as a child. I would get together with the other children to climb trees and explore caves. One time, I even climbed over the walls of the Kamisato estate. One of the servants had to physically...
Whoa,
But even as rambunctious as I was, when it came to needlework, it was as if I discovered a whole new world within those vibrant, dazzling fabrics. You know the feeling?
Sorta.
My parents noticed, and they sent me to study under a famous Inazuman tailor. It wasn't long before I had driven away pretty much every master tailor on the archipelago. You could say I really tried their patience.
You were that misbehaved?
I wasn't misbehaved, exactly. On top of that, I hated the idea of Grom. Anyway, a few incidents later, I soon found myself without a master. Worse, not one shop was willing to hire me. Not even to do grunt work.
No wonder you left Inazuma.
I was angry and frustrated. So, before...
Well, that's a great dream to...
After that, I came all the way to the court of Fontaine, a city often referred to as the capital of arts and fashion. I had a lot of fun starting out. I had a far more... Of course, as I spent more... Oh, yeah. Who would have thought? Alright, that's...
Ooh, looks like...
Back? It was never gone to begin with. I did say I was...
Paimon thinks we should look for evidence that Charlotte's already working on an article to address all those nasty rumors so we can publish all our findings in the Steambird once we're done.
I don't like duking it out in the press. But if Charlotte's thrown her hat in the ring, I know where Uter's clothing factory is located.
Sounds good! We'll come with! As for
Huh? When?
But your accessories!
Well, it's true that I haven't quite figured out what to do. To tell you the truth, even thinking about all... The sea.
Got...
Come, let...
Chiori!
Wall and Fury!
Chiori, why did you just jump into the sea all of a sudden?
Paimon, what do you think is the most beautiful thing in the sea?
A Lumitwal? Or a pearl, maybe? Oh, coral's pretty too. Ah, Paimon gets it now! You want to use things like that as the accessories for your designs!
Well, now that you hit the nail on the head, help me grab some, would you?
Leave it to us! These should be enough. Chiori! Great! So are we—
Yes, but don't forget. Okay, we've got the materials for the accessories. Next...
You mean we have to start— Oh no, skipping out on—
Ganyu?
A friend of ours? Well, and—
Well, I can't...
What else?
I suppose all there's left to do is...
You got it!
You heard me. Tear them all up. When I went to that first fashion week, I had to make something work, so I tore up all the clothes that I brought with me. If it worked back then, why not now?
But you were—
I know. That's why I refuse to let it all go to waste. I'm not going to let them
okay.
No need to be nervous. I won't. Of course. If anyone dared to tear up... Just this once, though. I think I can make an exception. Go ahead and tear them up. Think of it as a good way to vent your emotions.
Be gone!
Good job. That should do it.
Chiori, are you alright? Sorry for taking so long. I got caught up and... Whoa. Who did this? Those monsters. Give me their names. Since they're all too eager to tear up other people's clothes, I think it's about time the Spina di Rosula...
Maybe you should calm down a bit first.
Ugh, what is this, a soap opera? I was the one who asked
Oh. Navia sure is scary when she's angry.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a...
You and...
Of course. Everyone knows that Chiori makes the most gorgeous...
Now, if only you'd give me the contract for your uniform.
As if you'd enjoy designing something as boring and formulaic as a Plus, with how much you're...
If I had it my way, it would be the other way around.
Anyway, we both know why...
If it's not too much trouble, can I borrow some skilled hands to help with some
Oh, no problem. I've got a few of those guys all ready to go. I just knew you when are you going to get started?
Actually...
Ask away.
Oh, and Traveler and Paimon, could you help me pass word to Linny and Lynette?
I'm done with my interview. Has Miss Chiori made it back yet? Go. Who did this? Give me names. I'll make sure every last one lands a full feet.
Not this again.
What should we do about these?
Sort them by the type of...
That sounds pretty straightforward.
Lenny, Lynette! Great, you're both here!
A moment later,
We read the article. She helped design a number of our costumes in the past and even sponsored one of our performances.
Oh, perfect! She was the one who sent us!
In that case...
Okay, so it's like...
Is that all we'll need to do?
Should be a piece.
Paimon Squad! Well then, guess it's about time we go and... Chiori said we shouldn't disturb her.
But the show's in another...
Well,
A two-pronged...
Courtesy for...
Understood.
Alright! Okay, then let's also do as Chiori said and meet up with her at Uther's factory in 2 days. Oh, Paimon sure hopes she won't have a hard time making all those new outfits.
Oh, you're here.
Chiori!
Just a few steps left now. I've handed the rest over.
Wow, that...
Don't worry. I have no intention of giving ground on either front.
Okay, Paimon totally gets the...
His factory is usually open to the public. It may not be open for business right now. We're just curious customers after all, aren't we?
Well, when you put it that way...
Anyway, Uther's factory is right over there. We have different marketing strategies. While I specialize in high-end...
Alright!
You make a good point.
The wind rises.
nobody here.
Welcome, dear visitors.
Oh, Paimon nearly fell out of the air. What is that thing?
A mechanical guide. They usually use a recorded tape to give you a tour of the factory.
Please, follow me, dear guests. First stop on our tour is a look at the gradual evolution of our clothing brand. After that, we welcome you to peruse our most popular styles.
Huh. Otero seems to be doing pretty well for himself, doesn't he? Why would he feel the need to bother you when he could just focus on improving his own brand?
This is the studio where our designs are made. These are the fitting rooms. Please use them at your leisure.
Huh? There seems to be something in this fitting room. Why did the door just close?
Hold on tight, Paimon.
Why is it moving?
It seems to have stopped.
Where did this thing take us?
It seems like we're someplace deeper inside the factory.
Let's go, Tomato. Strike a pose. Time for a light show.
This place is filled.
Look over there.
Ooh, that what?
And I was the one using...
So he was actually the one who opened an underground factory.
No wonder his clothes always felt weird to the touch. He's been using all manner of tricks here in a bid to cut costs. Never mind issues with shrinking and fading. These materials can give you...
That's terrible! This way he won't be able to try and deny anything in court. Doesn't look like there's a path here.
Follow me. Let's go up.
place seems like... Huh? What's going on? Our way in's been blocked!
Seems like he...
You did say he knew you really well, didn't you?
Yes. And that's because...
But you're practically...
When I first came to Fontaine, we were both fledgling designers who longed to gain a foothold in the world of fashion. We shared the same goal. In the beginning, we both wanted to make clothes that would stand out, but with every criticism we received. Finally, right before Fashion Week, he came to the... For my part.
You received the acclaim of all Fontaine while Uter...
I don't know the exact details of what happened after that.
He's just...
Well, let's focus on getting out of here first. Missing the show is as good as letting him win.
There are some control panels... Oh, that doesn't seem to have done anything.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Wretched vermin!
Solidify!
Squall and fury!
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Look up.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
We finally made it out. Why does it feel like the movement patterns of those mechs have changed?
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure.
Follow me. Squall and fury!
place! Let's take this evidence and get out of here! Finally, the entrance! At last!
Oh, those chambers couldn't hold you, I see.
We've collected a bunch of evidence on all the nasty...
The evidence on your person, you mean?
More mechanical guards? Really? Ever thought about using these funds for a legitimate purpose?
Oh, but this is...
What? Destroying Chioria Boutique?
Proving that fashion is merely a laughable farce.
You know what your problem is, Uter? You've become so obsessed with the concept of fashion itself.
Spare me the lecture, why don't you? Sooner or later, you'll cater to all the voices too.
Fashion is about aspiring toward...
Well, once the people witness their former darling's spectacular fall, they'll understand.
That's what you've been trying to prove all this? You weren't like that.
He realized long ago how utterly naive...
You gave up on your dream, but that wasn't it. You think you understand. But you're just this whole...
Pathetic. Why don't you...
You're right. But more...
You...
Yeah, just leave this guy to up!
No. You go instead.
But he has a gun!
It'll be fine. Just go to the... I'll deal with him. Some lessons...
Catch up with us soon!
Trying to leave, are we?
I've held back all this time because of our past partnership, Uter. But all that changed after our tour of your factory.
Still trying to talk
No matter what you've been through, no matter why you've become like this. If I may borrow the words of a friend, a guy like you doesn't deserve my sympathy. Allow me to show you. The Chioria brand represents more than a person or a trademark. It's a way of life.
Greetings, friends at Fontaine Fashion Week. Please feast your eyes on the extravaganza that Chioria Boutique has prepared for you today.
Brilliant, dazzling, and wholly unique. And most importantly,
an enduring, never-say-die spirit. That's the true meaning of the Chioria brand. And now, let's welcome the thundering seamstress, Miss Chiori herself!
Did Chiori not...
Lights! Cameras! Over here, please!
Let the show begin!
The world may change, fashion along with it, but Chioria will remain the same. No challenge is too great. Chioria caters to no one, not even the times. Rather, Chioria will always lead the fashion of our time. Finally, let's not forget. Only those who do not give up on their dreams are worthy of this brand. Well then, I suppose all that's left to say is, Happy Fashion Week, fellow dreamers.
A little more to the...
Like this?
Perfect.
Phew. Oh, that looks great!
Of course.
I didn't know you'd make a brand new signboard.
I made it before fashion.
Well, how can you become renowned through all...
Now that you mention it, Pear would need...
So, does...
Ooh, and a bit cramped.
Miss Chiori, I'm done taking pictures. You can expect the article in tomorrow's Steam.
Thank you, Charlotte.
It's my pleasure. Bringing the truth to light is a journalist.
Going forward, feel free to custom order any accessories you need for Monsieur Verite. It's on the house.
Huh? You...
Of course. The same goes for you too, Linny and Lynette.
What about something...
Thank you, Chiori.
Well, I don't really need anything. I don't need anything either. So long as you continue to request... Actually, that reminds me. Huh? About that. The Spina di Rosula has prepared a special vehicle for you, so you can just get in and we'll push it all the way out of Fontaine.
What? No, that's so embarrassing.
Ooh, do we hit something nice too, Chiori?
Of course. Just hold on a second.
Disrupting public order at the show. Appropriating venue lighting equipment without authorization.
Chevra...
If you come across anyone who matches those descriptions...
Enjoyed that, didn't you?
Says the one who pulled that stunt earlier. How about you do...
And if I had...
No, but...
Well, I would say I more than made it up to you, have I not?
All right.
Well, friends, I would say we've...
I'll have to take her... Oh, by the way...
I don't need to hear it. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Oh, that was really cool.
You don't say.
All right, all right.
Traveler, Paimon, could you go wait for me at that place with the view?
A place with...
Perfect. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, we didn't wait long at all. But...
Here. Take...
Oh, wow! A brooch! And in the style of Chiori Boutique, too! Wait, Paimon gets one...
I've only made 2 for now. After much consideration, you've been a... There were even times when I felt...
Well, we may have helped...
I know for certain that was not the case. I've chased my dream for so long that I've come to understand... Apart from... A single person can only do so much. Without all your help, Chiori Boutique could have easily...
Well, Paimon just...
Perhaps my words... I'm confident in the
Well, should...
Oh, yes. You know...
Unsightly insects!
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story? Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever. Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute. Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever. Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute. Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Stabilize!
The fuse is lit! Here come the fireworks! Fire hazard! Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
Squall and Fury! The wind rises. Behold! Squall and Fury! Behold!
Solidify!
Squall and Fury! Gather! Too slow. Behold! Yeah!
Yoo-hoo! Fuse is lit! Fireworks are gonna get soaked! Let's find shelter quick! Oh, we're not going to make it!
You're so happy just to see the sun again. How childish. You want to use my hat as an umbrella? The odd Squall and Fury! Too slow.
Ad Ast. Thank you for
Behold! Too slow. Huh. Wretched vermin!
This route. If you ever...